Hello everyone. For tonight's episode, I have put together 4 different wonderful buildings of different periods of the Middle Ages in different places that will reveal as many aspects of this long period of history. The Tower of London, the Palace of Charlemagne in Aachen, Germany, the towers of Bologna, Italy, and we will start in a minute with the Mont Saint-Michel in France. But before we get started, a quick question. What are the Middle Ages exactly? What defines this period of time? When did it begin? When did it end? And why? In the past few centuries, historians have defined the Middle Ages as an intermediate period between two others, the Late Antiquity, which in Western Europe is considered to end with the Western Roman Empire. So that was before, and after is the Renaissance, beginning in the late 1400s. The Antiquity, with its polytheistic pantheons, its influential Greco-Roman culture in Europe and the Mediterranean, is well identified. The Renaissance, too. This term applies to a period of fast discoveries, like Columbus reaching America, and other navigators discovering new maritime routes. The spread of printing that multiplied books, artistic and architectural renewal, often inspired by antiquity, but also exploring new techniques and styles. So it is true that antiquity and the Renaissance have a strong identity. They appear well defined. But not so much what comes in between. A period of a millennium that could have been cut into more sub-periods. In fact, historians often distinguish an early Middle Ages, or Dark Ages, that goes from the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 to the 10th century. Then there would be High Middle Ages, the 11th to 13th century, the time of castles, Gothic cathedrals, crusades, a period to which the imagery of the Middle Ages is often associated. And finally, the Late Middle Ages, a period of difficulties for Europe, with epidemics like the Great Plague, and large-scale conflicts like the 100 Years' War, but also a period that paved the way to the Renaissance. The end date of the Middle Ages is often dated to 1453, the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans, which is the second fall of the Roman Empire, in a sense, since almost 1,000 years after the Western Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, finally disappeared. But these are also conventions, symbols. It could also be argued that the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 is a symbolic date and not such an important event, because when it happened, what remained of the Western Roman Empire had already become irrelevant militarily and politically. And that's why there are alternative dates that have been proposed for these periods. Some historians even proposing to extend antiquity by several centuries. For example, considering that the invasions of Europe and the Christianization of the continent belonged to a last period, the last stages of antiquity. Or some have argued that this term Middle Ages doesn't make much sense and should be split into different periods. these are always stimulating debates. But for our stories tonight, I stick to the conventional dates, the common definition of the medieval period. That starts in 476, this date representing more broadly the end of centralized Roman power in the west of the Mediterranean and Europe, and the period ends almost 1,000 years later, after the fall of Byzantium, the last remnant of the Roman Empire. Here too, the final fall of this capital, Constantinople, is a symbol. In reality, Byzantine power had already almost entirely vanished when it happened. But still, this millennium between the 5th and 15th centuries was a time of transformation on all fronts: societies, politics, economy, religion. New states appeared, new ways of looking at the world, and we're going to explore some aspects of it. So let's get started with the first site, the first window opened on the Middle Ages with the history of the Mont Saint-Michel. Off we go. It is a small rocky island that lies half a mile off the coast of Normandy in France. A coastal island like many others, but this one looks like it comes straight out of a fantasy world or a medieval legend. The island seems to be reaching for the sky, with its vertical profile that contrasts with the perfectly flat and horizontal bay around it. It is topped by Gothic-style buildings, an abbey, that accentuate its verticality. It is surrounded with medieval walls that protect many other historical buildings on the mountain slope that leads to the abbey and its spire. The architecture alone suggests a rich history, and together with the natural beauty of the site, it made the Mont Saint-Michel, St. Michael's Mount, a world-famous site. But how and why did this wonder appear? What happened there? The story of the mount started more than a millennium ago, and this is what we're going to explore tonight. As usual, we will go through all of this slowly and in a way that is easy to follow, even if you have no knowledge at all of this period and these places. Before we begin, remember that you can also listen to my stories on Spotify, Apple Music, and other audio streaming services. There are links in the description and the first comment pinned under this video. And if you want more, like the audios with background sounds, downloads of everything I make, surveys, early releases, a chat for followers, a private RSS link to listen to episodes on podcast sites, there is also Patreon, which is the best way to support this channel. And you can access all this for the monthly pledge you want, starting at $1, £1 or €1. And now, let's begin our journey. Imagine yourself on the coast of Normandy, surrounded by a light mist and the sound of the waves as the tide starts to recede. As the waters pull back, a causeway emerges, inviting you to tread the same path that so many pilgrims have walked for centuries, for more than 1,000 years. Ahead is the harmonious figure of the Mont Saint-Michel hilltop abbey. on top of a rock where many old houses and buildings are perched. As you make your way up the narrow streets, you realize how steep they are, and how building all this must have been challenging. Because now the tide has changed, and the waters are coming back surprisingly quickly. The causeway disappears, and for a few hours, the Mont Saint-Michel becomes an island again. Under the Gothic masterpiece that is the Abbey is a more secret world, a world of crypts and hidden chambers, dug into the rock or built to support the mass of the sanctuary. We could almost hear the chants of generations of monks who lived, prayed, worked, and died here, in a place that seems to be a meeting point between the earthly and the sacred. So, what is this Mont Saint-Michel exactly? And why does it deserve to be included among wonders of the Middle Ages? The known history of this little island, because it is small, only 1.5 square mile or 4 square kilometers, so its history begins with the Christianization of the region, around the 6th or the 7th century. The mount is what is called a tidal island. That is to say, its connection to the larger mainland depends on tides. At low tide, it is not an island, and it can be reached by foot. But at high tide, all accesses are submerged. Now, why a rocky island in the middle of a sandy bay? It looks strange. The main type of rock the mount is made of is granite, which is a magmatic rock. It forms directly from magma underground in the earth crust. Underground forces made this mass of granite emerge in the middle of what was a flat plain. At the time of the Pleistocene, the Ice Age, when sea levels around the world were lower than today, the mount was just a big hill in the middle of a plain. At the end of the Pleistocene, when water rose, many islands appeared around the world, lands that were now separated from larger land masses from continents. This mount was at the limit. It could have become an island if its base had been lower and if it had been constantly surrounded by the sea. But because it was just at the limit on the edge, it became a tidal island. Maybe there was a prehistoric settlement on it, even though no trace of it was ever found. Because for prehistoric men, this is the kind of location that could have made sense. The island always offered a great defensive position. Its surroundings are famous for being very dangerous when the tide arrives. The geography of the bay, which is almost perfectly flat, means that when the tide rises, water arrives very fast, like a running horse, and it cannot be escaped by people, even if they run. These tides are also some of the most spectacular observed in Europe, again due to the geography. Water can rise by up to 15 meters. So, if people are surprised by the rising tide, in the space between the mount and the coastline, they suddenly see water rising by up to several inches per minute around them. And they have to walk on a treacherous ground made of sand, so unstable that in different parts it turns to quicksand. Along Along the centuries, many stories appeared of people surprised by the tide, who drowned or were taken away to disappear forever. This natural position makes the Mont Saint-Michel almost impossible to besiege. No army can stay around it. And the coast was too far away in medieval times to use siege weapons against it. So, even before anything was built there, in prehistory or antiquity, the island could have provided a good defensive position to people willing to live there. Maybe from a bit of agriculture, there is not much space, but a clan could have found it to be enough. Or fishing, or shell gathering. We don't know if that happened. But what we know is that at the latest in the early 8th century, an oratory, that is to say a small chapel dedicated to the Archangel Saint Michael, was built on the rock. There could have been earlier oratories in the 6th or the 7th centuries, with a few hermits populating the island. But this is only speculative, because it was mentioned in later documents, and no archaeological proof was ever found. This oratory, this chapel to Saint Michael, would be the original nucleus of the abbey that developed on the mount later. The local bishop sent a dozen of clerics to live near the new sanctuary and serve the pilgrims that would visit it. Legend has it that the bishop that ordered the construction of this sanctuary had been visited in a dream by the Archangel Michael himself, and the Archangel would have ordered him to create this oratory. Probably shortly after, inhabitants coming from the continent settled on the island and built a hamlet, probably living from supplying the religious community and the pilgrims. Another reason for inhabitants to move on the mount at the time, in the 8th century, was certainly to seek refuge from Viking raids. In the 8th century, Western Europe was discovering this new menace coming from the north. The Scandinavian Norsemen that launched expeditions to attack, loot, and capture slaves in Great Britain, the Low Countries, France, Germany, and the coasts of the Baltic. So to understand this period a bit better, we need to take a look at what Western Europe was like at the beginning of the 8th century. This was a time when none of the modern European countries existed yet. After the Western Roman Empire had disappeared 400 years earlier, the different peoples that had invaded it or settled within its frontiers created kingdoms. Many of these peoples were of Germanic origins. The Angles and the Saxons in Britain, for example, the Visigoths in Spain, or the Franks in France. With the disappearance of Roman administration, there had been a huge setback in terms of infrastructure, of standards of living, urbanization. The population had dropped too. But it doesn't mean the antique heritage of Rome had completely disappeared. The new Germanic or barbarian kingdoms that replaced the empire were heavily influenced by Rome. The Latin language had survived as the international language and the language of knowledge. And another major legacy of Rome was Christianity. Christianization had started within the limits of the Roman Empire from the 1st century, and it went on after its fall, giving a common reference to all these different regions of Western, Central, and Eastern Europe. But Christianization took time, and by the early 8th century, when our story of the Mont Saint-Michel begins, Christianity was still fighting the influence of pagan religions, Celtic in the west of France, Great Britain or Ireland, Norse or Germanic in northern and central Europe. In what was called Francia, and would one day become France, the process was already well advanced, because the kings that reigned over much of the territory that would become France one day had converted several generations earlier. Most of France, including Normandy, was controlled by a dynasty of Frankish kings. The Franks were a group of Germanic peoples that had settled around the Rhine River and the northern half of France. So these Frankish kings formed a dynasty called the Merovingians, and they remained in power for about 300 years until they were sidelined by another clan that previously served them, but became so influential and ambitious that they took the crown of the Franks from them and ruled as a new dynasty, the Carolingians. The most famous of these Carolingians was Charlemagne, who reunited a large part of Western Europe under his authority in the late 8th and early 9th centuries. We will return to Charlemagne and these political changes in an upcoming episode. But this is to say that by 700–710, when the Mont Saint-Michel started to be populated and the first buildings appeared, the Merovingian kings were still in power. But as the island gained importance as a destination for pilgrims along the 8th century, the Merovingians declined and were finally ousted by the Carolingians. As I told you, the 8th and 9th centuries were very dangerous times for anyone living near the coasts of Normandy or Great Britain for that matter, because Viking raids multiplied. And that was certainly a first reason why the Mont Saint-Michel was populated. It offered a bit more safety. But a second and probably more important reason was Christianization, the expansion of Christianity. The church had to occupy space, had to organize the space of Christendom. And it did it physically by creating parishes, building churches, placing priests, and defining different zones controlled by a bishop. The bishops had become very important figures of authority. But space also had to be occupied symbolically, by making the presence and the dominion of the church visible, obvious. The country displays flags that are visible. The church put crosses. Beyond the legend of Saint Michael appearing to the bishop to ask for the creation of an oratory, this was probably the real reason why the mount was turned into a sanctuary. The site was striking by itself, with this isolated rock dominating a perfectly flat bay and offering a safe refuge to the dangerous tides. All this made it visually and symbolically perfect for a sanctuary. It was good for the church to claim all this symbolism, to plant a cross on it. Now, was it due to its defensive position, or the protection of the archangel, or just luck? It seems the sanctuary was not attacked by the Vikings in the 8th or 9th centuries, not that we know of at least. and it seems it remained in peace as a minor destination for pilgrims. In the 10th century, the Mont Saint-Michel was attached to the Duchy of Normandy, which had been recently created. Basically, this region was offered to Norse settlers, to Vikings, by the King of France in the early 10th century, in exchange for tranquility. Tranquility because the Vikings kept raiding the area, and even went inland. They sailed on the Seine River, reaching Paris that they tried to attack a few times. So some of the Vikings that attacked the region were offered a deal. A green and tempered region, Normandy, the land of the Normands, the Norsemen, with a title of Count for their leader, a chief called Rollo. The counts expanded later, and the county became a duchy. The right to raise taxes, all of this in exchange for peace, allegiance to the king, and protection against other Vikings. Because now the Normans, installed in Normandy, had valuable possessions to defend against other Norse expeditions. The Normans quickly expanded westward at the expense of Brittany, their neighbor, and they seized control of the surroundings of the mount. Under control of the Dukes of Normandy, the initial group of a dozen clerics that lived on the mount was replaced by a monastery in the 10th century. And thanks to the patronage of the Dukes of Normandy, the mount became increasingly popular as a site of pilgrimage and increasingly wealthy. The religious community living on the mount was a Benedictine monastery, a Benedictine abbey. But what does it mean exactly? The importance of monasticism in the Middle Ages is hard to overstate. If we want to understand medieval society, economy, and the transmission of knowledge, we need to take a look at monasteries. Monastic life, the choice for monks or nuns to retire from the world, at least partially, and live in communities around religious principles, to dedicate a large part of their lives to prayer and worshipping. This is not something mentioned in the Bible or in any of the early texts of Christianity. Christian monasticism appeared progressively in the first centuries of our era. This is something we will explore in detail in a future talk. But what matters tonight is that as Europe was Christianized, monasticism had a remarkable development and recruited massively. There were different ways of organizing the communities, and the most influential figure in the history of Christian monasticism was probably Saint Benedict of Nursia, an Italian monk. In the 6th century, he created a rule, a book of precepts for communities to organize themselves and their lives. The rule of Saint Benedict emphasizes the importance of a balance, the establishment of a peaceful environment. Actually, the motto of the Benedictines is peace. An environment in which monks and nuns can pray, work, and study. The Benedictines also go by the formula ora et labora, in Latin, which means pray and work. Work is seen by this rule first as a source of income for the community to support itself, but also as a healthy practice. that connects the monks to human condition, humbles them, and occupies them physically. Things that are important, including for their spiritual life. The rule of Saint Benedict also emphasizes the importance of study. Monks should elevate themselves intellectually and spiritually as they advance in their religious life. The rule also calls for the welcoming of strangers. It is quite detailed. But a constant preoccupation in it is to avoid excess, to avoid punitive or ostentatious practices. And every part of the rule is explained. It has a function that contributes to a spiritual goal. At the time when it was written, this rule was very moderate and seen as well balanced, because much more extreme practices existed among monks. Some would starve themselves, inflict pain on themselves, things that are completely absent from the rule of Saint Benedict. And from the start it was very successful. It still is, in a sense. Monasticism has receded dramatically in modern times, and there are way less monks and nuns than a few centuries ago. But the rule of Saint Benedict is still the most widely followed by monasteries, by religious communities in Catholic monasteries. The most followed rule, but not the only one. Other rules appeared in the Middle Ages and after. New rules for different orders of religious communities, like the Dominicans and the Franciscans in the 13th century, or the Reformed, the so-called Decalced Carmelites in the 16th century. These all became important orders, following different rules than the rule of Saint Benedict, but their founders, Saint Dominic, Saint Francis of Assisi, or Saint Teresa of Avila, all knew very well the rule of Saint Benedict and took it into account when elaborating their teachings. So, in Western Christian monasticism, Saint Benedict is regarded as the OG, the inspiration for a large part of this rich tradition. A Benedictine monastery means that the community at the Mont Saint-Michel followed the rule of Saint Benedict, which was very common in the 10th century. The ulterior Dominican or Franciscan reforms had not happened yet, and a majority of monasteries followed it in Western Europe. This meant that the monks at the Mont Saint-Michel spent their days praying together in several gatherings each day, and separately in their cell, which are their bedrooms, or even all day long, whatever they were doing. Seen from the outside, many monastic rules can seem really harsh. Poverty, life behind walls, with few contacts with the outside world, an obligation of silence. But all of these things are not intended to be a form of punishment or even penance. They are ways to simplify one's existence, to make it available for prayer and the presence of God. For example, the rule of silence, which exists to an extent in all Christian monasteries, is a way of sparing the others the noise or the small talk that would interrupt their continuous prayer. To non-believers, it sounds like a punishment, but no monks or nuns lives it as one. On the contrary, it is a relief that allows them to not have to care about social interactions during most of the day. Most of the day, but not all the time. Because there are always times when silence is broken. All rules, including Saint Benedict's, and also in communities where silence is particularly sought after, like the Carmelites, make room for recreation times, when members of the community can speak, joke, and laugh as much as they want, before returning to silence and their continuous prayer. Part of the success of Saint Benedict's rule is that it allowed for that kind of balance mechanism in the life of religious communities. So I was telling you that monasteries were particularly important in medieval times. First, because Christianity was particularly important in general in society, and choosing a religious life was something very common and well accepted. Second, because as the Middle Ages advanced, monasteries, also called abbeys, when they had an abbot or an abbess at their head, increasingly became economic centers. Economic centers because they received gifts from nobles to ordinary people. They inherited assets or received some brought by their founders or their patrons, and with this they could own land, invest, grow. Some abbeys became economic powerhouses along the Middle Ages, seeding more monasteries and even forming networks of sister communities that could have major influence financially or politically. The accumulation of wealth in abbeys was certainly a chance for the redevelopment of the economy along the Middle Ages, and for the creation of libraries. One of the works monks did was copying books. And given that in Saint Benedict's rule they also had to study and be able to read, the monasteries, especially the largest ones, were also centers of intellectual life and technical progress. Many medieval inventions were discovered or bettered by monks, from mechanical processes to fermentation of foods and beverages to medicine. Soon, medieval universities would start to provide another ground for intellectual activities to flourish. But before that, from the 5th to the 9th and 10th centuries, monasteries became crucial in the preservation of knowledge. Now, this wealth could also be a curse, and monasteries also drew criticism for the accumulation of assets and revenues, sometimes for the fancy life that abbots adopted. As always, there is the rule and the ideals, and there is the practice. In Christian monasteries, like in the rest of society, the difference between principles and reality could be huge. But still, monasteries became very important institutions, and on top of their intellectual and economic importance, they were also part of the social system. They made society work. Monasteries provided food and temporary shelters to the poor or to refugees. They cared for the sick. They organized or paid for all sorts of charitable initiatives that made them much more familiar and probably perceived as welcoming than they are today. Nowadays, their social role has been taken over by charities, governments, and even businesses, if we think about healthcare or hospitality. Monasteries or religious congregations were not the only providers of these services. In the Middle Ages, parishes or other charitable institutions also did it, but still they were very well integrated with the communities that lived near them. And for travelers or pilgrims, which was the case at the Mont Saint-Michel, they were also a kind of hotel, a place where to stay. I am telling you all this because these are the reasons behind the transformation of this little island with no resources or strategic importance into an urbanized religious center. To understand it, we need to take into account the importance of monasteries, economically, intellectually, socially. Also, the willingness of the Catholic Church to occupy the land, to affirm its presence. Yet another aspect is the dangers of the time and the need for a natural defensive position. Without this very particular set of natural and historical conditions, it could not have existed. So now that we have seen its origins, let's explore it and see how it progressively built up to get to the state that is visible today. I told you the initial group of clerics that had been sent to take care of St. Michael's oratory had been replaced by a Benedictine monastery. This replacement took place in 966, so by the middle of the 10th century. And it seems it was imposed by the Duke of Normandy, because the caretakers of the mount had lost their ways and did not live the kind of quiet, contemplative life that was expected from them. The circumstances are unclear, but by 966 the monastery was in place. And this is considered the foundation of the Mont Saint-Michel Abbey, a Benedictine abbey. In the 11th century, the relatively small stone buildings on the island were complemented with a larger church in Romanesque architecture, which was the standard at the time. Typically, a monastery has a place of worship. It can be a church or at least a chapel, or there can be several chapels. It has common rooms like kitchens or dining rooms, a refectory, and as many cells as there are monks or nuns. In medieval monasteries, these buildings for everyday life were often organized around a square court or a garden with a cloister around it. Cloisters, which are common in convents, in monasteries, but can also be found in old colleges or cathedrals, are covered walks with a colonnade on one side that opens to this court or this garden. This is typically the image associated with medieval monasteries or old universities. Medieval religious architecture used it a lot. And actually, cloistered or claustral also became other terms for the life of a nun or a monk, a cloistered life. But the origins of the cloister as an architectural form are more ancient than that. They can be found in Greco-Roman houses. Not common houses, but the type of house used by the upper class, the domus, which was organized around a court surrounded by a covered walk. This kind of atrium was later used to build Roman basilicas, and that's how it moved from domestic to religious architecture. So, by the 11th century, when this first large church was built on the Mont Saint-Michel, it was in Romanesque style. That is to say, a style of stone building derived from ancient Roman architecture. Romanesque later evolved into the Gothic style, but then, by the 11th century, it still dominated. Romanesque was always relatively massive, with thick walls and columns, and small windows. Some techniques in Romanesque helped build higher, despite the very heavy walls, like the use of buttresses that is to say, structures built against the walls to strengthen them and help them bear a heavier load. But overall, Romanesque architecture was quite sturdy, which has its charm. The shapes are simple, and it is often said that the Gothic style, with its ornamentation and height, tends to elevate you, to make you look up and have a feeling of vertigo almost. In contrast, the Romanesque style anchors you to the ground, to the earth, and it can have something comforting. It gives a sense of strength. So that was the style of this first large church, and an audacious bet was made to build it. The bet to place the transept crossing, that is to say, the center, the place where the two rectangles forming a cross meet where they cross, just at the very top of the mount. The transept crossing in such a church, or in most medieval churches and cathedrals, is the location above which a spire would be built. And so this spire would be above the highest natural point of the island, which accentuates its height, obviously, and gives this feeling that the buildings and the rock above which they are built are one single thing. When we look at pictures of the mount, it is as if the construction started at the sea level, because the rock is completely absorbed, enclosed by the abbey that tops it. But in order to place this very heavy Romanesque church so high above the rock, a lot of preparation work had to be done. Underground supports with huge pillars and walls, which created many underground crypts and chapels built around the rock or dug into it. This supportive upward structure, this elevated platform upon which the church of the abbey was placed, still exists today, even though it was later expanded and more constructions were added. So a lot of mysterious crypts and invisible places were created at the time, by the mid-11th century. As the mount gained even more reputation as a destination for pilgrims, thanks to its stunning location, its new spectacular church, and the influence of the Dukes of Normandy too, who were now well integrated into the Kingdom of France. They had dropped their Viking cultural traits, they had become good Christians, and the Duchy of Normandy was one of the main constituents of the Kingdom of France, one of the main vassals to the new dynasty of French kings, the Capetians. But at the time, apart from this Romanesque abbey on top and a few wood and adobe houses under it, the rock of the island was still visible. There were no fortifications, and the golden age, or the apex of the mount, was still to come. From the late 11th century to the 15th century, including all of the 100 Years' War between France and England, the mount regularly saw a new construction. The first important change that happened just as the Romanesque church was built was the conquest of William the Conqueror, or Guillaume le Conquérant, Duke of Normandy, who claimed the crown of England. He landed in England and conquered it against rival pretenders. He owed this victory, in particular, to his triumph at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. So now the Dukes of Normandy were also kings of England, and of course that created a potentially explosive situation with the kings of France, who now had the kings of a rival kingdom owning a share of their own kingdom. that was complicated and wars would ensue. Not the 100 Years' War yet, but in the 13th century, the French king, Philip II, also known as Philip Augustus, attacked and annexed a good part of Normandy. Even if you think you have never heard of that story, in fact you must probably have. The King of England and the Duke of Normandy at the time was John Lackland, the brother of King Richard I, Richard the Lionheart. When Richard went to the Holy Land to participate in the Third Crusade alongside his French and German equivalents, John stayed as the administrator, the regent of the kingdom and the possessions of the dynasty. But as Richard stayed in the Holy Land, Philip II, the King of France, returned to France. And after Richard's death, John succeeded his brother on the throne. Seeing a rival weakened because John's administration and general situation was not the best, as the King of England was faced with the hostility of his vassals, Philip II took the opportunity and attacked. He reconquered all he could on the continent, including Normandy. The result of that was that the Capetian dynasty increased its power dramatically under Philip II. That's why in historiography and popular culture, John Lackland always had a bad reputation. He is seen as one of the worst English sovereigns ever. And in popular culture he has a villainous profile. He is the bad guy in the Robin Hood folklore. Historians have a more balanced view of John Lackland. He certainly had a rather disastrous reign, and it seems bad personality traits like cruelty or pettiness. But he could also have been a hardworking and able administrator and general. It is always hard to judge the character of these faraway historical figures when we have mostly unreliable and biased sources to work with. Anyway, the abbey suffered from this conflict. It had prospered before and created branches in England, but it lost the revenues that came from them. And the abbey was also damaged by a siege, the only one ever to have been successful. A siege led during the war by the Duke of Brittany, an ally of the King of France. So after the war, Philip II paid for repairs and improvements that modified again and dramatically the profile of the mount. The new fashionable style was now Gothic, and Philip II gave the abbot a grant to build an entire Gothic-style set with new buildings, including a refectory, a dining room, and a new Gothic cloister. Between 1211 and 1228, very opulent Gothic buildings were added, and they are collectively called La Merveille, the Wonder. On 3 levels, they include multiple rooms of the abbey that reflect the refinement of the Gothic style at this time, in the local Norman style, because Gothic is more like an architectural language and a list of techniques. It took different local styles across Europe. During the 100 Years' War that started in 1337, the English landed in France and reconquered Normandy, almost all of it, but not entirely, because the Mount did not surrender. And along more than a century of conflict, it was besieged and attacked several times. It progressively fortified in the 14th and 15th centuries, mainly due to the 100 Years' War, to repel these attacks. And thanks to the tides and these fortifications, it always resisted until the French reconquest of Normandy in 1450. So, along these decades of conflict, the Mount became a symbol of French resistance, a symbol rather than a strategically important military position. Medieval fortresses were useful essentially because attackers could not leave them behind. They had garrisons, or they could house entire armies that could attack invaders in the back. So fortresses had to be captured. And this often meant lengthy sieges or negotiations to make them surrender. The Mount was never home to any army or large garrisons that could have threatened to attack anything outside. It only had a few dozen defenders at most. This is why capturing it was more symbolic than strategic. But still, despite several assaults by up to 2,000 soldiers, it resisted thanks to its very strong natural defensive position. So that by the 15th century, when the 100 Years' War ended, the Mount already had half a millennium of long and tumultuous history that made it a relevant landmark. But the world went on, and maybe because it was already old, maybe because it was so obviously medieval in a world that was now entering the Renaissance, or maybe due to the end of the 100 Years' War, it started a long decline, as if it was falling asleep. It was turned into a state prison, here again to take advantage of the tides to discourage jailbreak. Its prestige as a center of pilgrimage waned, and by the 16th century already, it no longer attracted crowds, and the number of Benedictine monks slowly declined. 200 years of lethargy passed, and by the time of the French Revolution, it had barely changed in 300 years, and there were scarcely any monks in residence anymore. There were still villagers living on the Mont Saint-Michel, and they had built stone and brick houses, but the abbey was slowly dying. It remained a prison until 1863, and had hundreds of inmates, until Napoleon III closed it. So in the 19th century, the Mount was now without purpose, and could have turned into a ruin. But it didn't, because of two things. First, the early development of tourism that drew people to picturesque sites, and that was one. So it was no longer for religious reasons or for safety, but after all these centuries, there were finally people willing to go to the Mount again. Second, and more importantly, because this was the time when historical buildings, the architectural heritage, started to be valued and often restored across Western Europe. And sometimes this heritage was even modified to make it more aesthetical or picturesque. And this is what happened to the Mount. The same architect that restored the Cathedral of Paris, Notre-Dame of Paris, Viollet-le-Duc, restored and added things to the Mount, especially the spire that tops it. Even though this spire is not authentic, it is a 19th century addition. It is true that it looks good. The site was also studied by archaeologists, and crypts or chapels that had been forgotten for centuries were rediscovered. For example, a small underground church under the abbey called Notre-Dame sous terre, Our Lady Underground, a Romanesque church that was built even before the 11th century, under the larger Romanesque church on top of the rock. In the 1960s, the abbey that had in practice disappeared as an institution only the buildings remained, was symbolically refounded with new Benedictine monks returning. And since then, monks have come and gone. It no longer works as an abbey, but there is a monastic presence on top of the mount, like an echo of generations and generations of monks that lived there since the High Middle Ages. We are going back to the medieval period tonight to explore another wonder of the Middle Ages, the Tower of London. It is a large, atmospheric citadel, a castle, that gives us a direct view of different periods of medieval architecture, starting from the 11th century. And it is particularly famous for its dungeon, its keep, the White Tower. But it is way bigger than that. There are 2 lines of fortifications around it, and a moat that contrast with the surroundings nowadays. The citadel looks anachronistic, in the middle of a large modern metropolis, like a reminder of a long-gone age of the history of England and London. But this castle is way more than a picturesque setting. It was also politically important for centuries, and it served different purposes. From the start, it was also a royal residence. It also served as a prison and received famous inmates, including future Queen Elizabeth I, before she became queen. From the 13th century, it also became the place where the crown jewels of England were kept, and it still is. So this historical monument, this structure, also opens to many periods and events of English history. It is full of anecdotes, and this is what we are going to explore, to discover tonight. The construction of the Tower of London began in the 11th century, shortly after the Norman conquest of England, as a new king, William I, better known as William the Conqueror, proclaimed himself king in 1066, the start of a 21-year reign. But before this new Norman dynasty seized the throne of England, before the Tower of London was built, what was medieval London like? To discover but also understand it, we need to go back in time almost by another millennium. As you know, England had been part of the Roman Empire, and this Roman period had seen the emergence of Londinium, Roman London, which was initially a new settlement created by the Romans shortly after the invasion on the site of the city of London, that is to say the center of what is now the larger London urban area. Londinium did not immediately become the capital of this new province called Britannia. Initially, the capital of the province had been placed at Colchester in Essex, east of London. But it was moved to Londinium, probably for a large part due to its advantageous location. It was on the Thames River and connected to the sea, but also a little more inland than Colchester, in a more central position. The beginnings were difficult for this Roman London. The settlement was destroyed during the rebellion of the Iceni, an ancient Celtic tribe. These were the ones led by their queen Boudica. The revolt was finally crushed with difficulty, Londinium was rebuilt almost from scratch, and it finally took off by the end of the 1st century AD. It benefited from the pacification of Britannia by the Romans, and it grew a lot, reaching probably more than 30,000 inhabitants by the 2nd century, which was a lot at the time for a Roman city outside of Italy or Greece. Londinium received quite a lot of investment as a regional capital. For example, its Basilica was one of the largest built by the Roman Empire north of the Alps out of Italy. But this first period of prosperity and expansion was also a peak for London, because the following centuries turned out to be more complicated. There seems to have been a big fire in the 2nd century that was followed by a reconstruction, but archaeology and archives suggest that from the late 2nd century, Londinium tended to stagnate or shrink in size. After the 2nd century, things worsened for the Roman Empire in general, with a big crisis called the 3rd century crisis, and specifically in Great Britain, with attacks coming from Scotland and Ireland, and internal revolts reappearing. A defensive wall was built around the city, a wall that still existed in the medieval period. It lasted more than 1500 years, and small portions of this wall can still be seen in modern London. But with the decline of Roman presence in Great Britain, Londinium also declined, and so much that by the end of the 5th century, it had been completely abandoned. It was now a ghost town with Roman ruins. Great Britain was invaded again, this time by Germanic peoples coming from the continent, who migrated in search of better lands to settle on, or pushed by other peoples in their backs. Several peoples arrived: the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, the Frisians, starting a period of Anglo-Saxon or Germanic domination in England. England was separated into different Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and the site of Roman London, now abandoned, was part of the kingdom of the East Saxons, Essex. Several generations passed without a revival, until a new threat appeared: the Norsemen, the Vikings, raiding coastal regions of Great Britain and adventuring ever more inland. The king of the Saxons in the 9th century, Alfred the Great, recreated a settlement behind the Roman walls that had deteriorated but could still provide protection. So an old settlement that existed outside the walls was moved inside, and the memory of this old settlement, of this place, survives in its name today. Aldwych, which is an area of Greater London in the city of Westminster. Aldwych comes from Ildwick, which meant old settlement. From this moment on, in the 9th century, London was never abandoned again. It had been restarted and it redeveloped. The Anglo-Saxon political capital was not London yet. It was in Winchester, southwest of London, but London still gained importance. And by the mid-11th century, the time of the Norman invasion of William the Conqueror, its population is estimated to have been around 18,000, a reasonably large medieval city. From the 11th to the 13th century, London would really take off, benefiting from the unification of England, its new role as a capital, and a more prosperous period overall in Western Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries. By 1300, its population reached close to 100,000. It was more than Roman London, and in Europe at the time, few cities were bigger than London. There was only Rome, Venice, Paris or Bruges in Flanders. So that would be the summary of London's rise in the Middle Ages. But let's return to the 11th century and this Norman invasion, because the Tower of London was built in its aftermath. It was intended to be a royal residence. So what happened? Shortly after landing in Great Britain, William the Conqueror, William I, won the Battle of Hastings, which was a decisive victory because it left England without any other Anglo-Saxon force to oppose him. But it didn't mean the country had been conquered yet. It still had to be occupied. A significant Anglo-Saxon garrison survived in London, behind fortifications. The old Roman wall had been repaired, and at the time, in the 11th century, there were very few stone fortifications in Europe. They were very hard to take. So, instead of marching straight on London, William travelled around southern England, establishing castles, more than 30, and cutting supply to London. With its thousands of inhabitants, the city could obviously not feed itself. It was demoralized, and the garrison surrendered. William could enter his new capital triumphant, and like he had done in other places, he ordered the creation of new castles in London, 3 in total, including the future Tower of London. Now, when we think about medieval castles, we tend to imagine stone walls, towers, a keep. This corresponds more to castles built in the last 2 or 3 centuries of the Middle Ages. In the 11th century, castles were much smaller and very rarely built in stone, and we would find them very underwhelming. They consisted generally of a big house, a hall, on an artificial hill, also called a motte, surrounded with a wooden palisade, a wooden wall. The house itself was built with timber, and this model of castle is called motte and bailey. The motte is this big pile of earth upon which the hall or the keep was built, because it gave it a better defensive position, and there was a second line of defense, the palisade surrounding the motte. These castles served multiple purposes. They were not just rudimentary fortifications, they were also residences for local lords, bases of operation to conquer or keep in check a region. They were also centers of administration. So it was logical for a lord or a king to establish his residence in one of them. But because the Tower of London would be a royal residence, it deserved special treatment. Around 1078, it is believed, that is to say 12 years after the invasion, the keep was rebuilt in stone. The tower had been built in a place where it benefited from 2 existing defenses. On one side there was the river Thames, and on another side the Roman wall, which made it easier to defend. The rest was probably defended with a timber wall. But the keep, the White Tower, was built in stone. And that's the first element that makes its historical value. It was one of the first medieval stone fortifications in England, and also among the earliest in Europe. The practice existed on the continent for particularly important buildings, and the Normans brought it with them. So that is how the oldest part of the Tower of London was built, over several years, because it was a big work, a big endeavor, starting around 1078. When William died in 1087, he had been king for 21 years, but the stone keep may not have been finished yet, it is uncertain. What we know is that at the time, this keep, the White Tower, was not called the White Tower yet. It got its name in the 13th century, when the building was whitewashed under King Henry III, but we will talk about this later. So by the late 11th century, the Tower of London had become the most remarkable castle in England. Remarkable because it was built in stone, it was a royal residence, it was in the country's capital, and strategically it was a powerful stronghold for the standards of the time. Only a lengthy siege could have captured it. Due to its strategic importance, it was at the center of English politics in the 12th and 13th centuries. The controller of the tower had a good shot at being recognized as king. And I am telling you this because there would be succession issues and civil wars in the 12th and 13th centuries. After the death of Henry I, one of the sons of William I, who had succeeded his brother on the throne of England, and after the death of Richard I, Richard the Lionheart, when his brother John Lackland, inherited the throne, civil wars erupted. At the time, in the 12th century, one of the highest positions of power in England, after the king obviously, was that of Constable of the Tower. A medieval constable was the person left in charge of a castle when the lord was away. It was like a governor of the fortress. And this role at the Tower of London was entrusted to high Norman nobles. In the 12th century, the constable of the tower had large powers over the entire city, the city of London. Many of these powers were removed in the late 12th century, when a position of Lord Mayor of London was created. But still, Constable of the Tower remained a very high position, a highly prestigious role that only progressively lost its importance over the centuries. It has not disappeared. There is still today a Constable of the Tower, the most senior appointment at the Tower of London. In a few decades, this position will celebrate its 1000th anniversary. So logically, given its strategic importance, the castle was expanded. The dungeon, the White Tower, remained the same, but the initial wooden palisade was replaced with a new wall by the late 11th century, probably of stone, but this is not completely sure because nothing of it remains. In any case, the fortifications of the Tower of London would not be challenged for a century, until the end of the 12th century, when it would finally be besieged for the first time. Why besieged? Because in the last decade of the 12th century, the King of England was now Richard I, Richard the Lionheart, who is particularly famous for participating in the Third Crusade and fighting in the Holy Land. While on the crusade, Richard left the kingdom to a Lord Chancellor, William Longchamp, another Norman noble, who reinforced the tower, dug a moat around it, and reportedly tried to have the moat filled with water from the Thames. But it seems it never worked and the moat stayed dry. Longchamp was preparing and reinforcing the tower because a conflict was on the horizon. A conflict with Richard's brother, Prince John Lackland, who was in Normandy that he controlled but prepared to go to England and seize power there in the absence of his brother. This is how the first siege took place in 1191, with the forces of John Lackland trying to take control of London, and the garrison of the Tower of London, loyal to the Lord Chancellor and, by extension, Richard I, inside the castle. The siege was short, because after 3 days of negotiations, the Lord Chancellor surrendered to John, who became the new controller of the tower and a strong man in England in the absence of his brother. Richard returned from the Holy Land, but was captured on the way and released against a ransom, and he finally retook possession of his lands. But war was raging against the King of France, Philip II, who tried to take back the possessions of the Dukes of Normandy and English kings on the continent. These possessions of the descendants of William the Conqueror had become huge. In the 12th century, there had been an alliance and wedding with the Duchess of Aquitaine, Aliénor, and the dynasty of the kings of England, the Plantagenets, had acquired through this union and diplomacy large parts of the Kingdom of France as their personal possessions. They were also Dukes of Aquitaine and Gascony, the southwest corner of France. They were Dukes of Normandy, that was their historical title, and also Counts of Poitiers, of Anjou, Maine, Nantes. They had Brittany under their influence. So basically the western half of France was under their control. Actually, Richard spent more time in France or even in the Holy Land than in England in his life. He was born in England, in Oxford, but he grew up in Aquitaine, and it is estimated that in his entire life he spent less than 6 months in England. In fact, after his legend as Richard the Lionheart, known to be courageous and pious, had spread in the late Middle Ages and the Renaissance, some English historians in the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries started to attack this historical icon on the grounds that he was not that brilliant as a king. It is true that despite his skills as a commander and its qualities as a person, he left the Plantagenet possessions in a worse state than he found them. And for England, he was almost like a stranger, because he spoke French and Occitan, the language of the southern half of France, but it is unsure he could even speak English, and he barely spent time in the country he was the king of. Leading to another critique, which is that instead of spending time ruling over England, he just took and used the revenues he got from his crown to pay for other personal projects, the crusade, and after that his wars in France. Projects that had nothing to do with England and impoverished the kingdom. Basically, England would have been turned into a cash cow that he would have used to pursue other projects that were not even successful. What to think of these critiques against Richard the Lionheart? Interestingly, these attacks arose with the appearance of a national sentiment in England and later in the UK in general. They did not appear before because it started to make sense only when England started to see itself as a nation a historical community with its own history, geography, interests and culture. And this is why modern historians tend to see these critics against Richard the Lionheart as anachronistic. Anachronistic because they are based on the perception that England was a nation. Something that absolutely no one in the 12th century would have thought or said in Europe. There were no national sentiments back then, anywhere across Christendom. There were cultural affinities, common languages, there was religion, Christianity, which was a factor of cultural unity, but there was no sense of a national interest, no sense of belonging to a national community. The position of lord or king came with responsibilities. Kings were supposed to ensure the safety and the prosperity of their subjects. They were supposed to be just and sometimes to dispense justice themselves. And on these grounds, it is fair to say that Richard neglected England. He did. But no one criticized him for taking the resources he could and use them to fund the crusade or the war against his rival, the King of France. This was legitimate at the time. And in fact, he was not criticized for that before the 17th century, 400 years after his death. The earliest signs of a national sentiment we have in England or in France appear during and after the 100 Years' War. That's 200 years after Richard the Lionheart. And they were still very tenuous, fleeting. It would take several centuries more for European states, European kingdoms, to start perceiving themselves as nations. I am telling you all this just to illustrate how easy it is to have an anachronic view, an anachronic understanding of these medieval wars. With our modern view, we tend to see them as wars between countries or nations, when to the belligerents they were not. They were about factions or rulers or lords pushing their interests and using their possessions, counties, duchies, kingdoms, using them financially and humanly to go to war. Richard did it, but not particularly more than any other feudal king would have done. And he didn't really have the choice either. The crusade was a choice, but the war against Philip II of France was not. He was defending himself. The real fault for a medieval king was to lose his authority over his vassals, over the level just under him in the feudal pyramid. And returning to the Tower of London, this is what happened to Richard's successor, John, and that led to a second siege of the tower, this time with John as the controller of the citadel and his barons in revolt as the attackers. Richard I had died in 1199 during a siege in Aquitaine, and John had succeeded his brother on the throne. But royal authority in the early 13th century in England was quickly deteriorating. John was not liked by the nobles. First, for personal reasons, he was apparently not likable or trustworthy, but also for more material, tangible elements. Taxes and troops that were raised to fight the war on the continent against Philip II of France, the military defeats that piled up, so much so that in 1214 many barons of John revolted and marched on London, laying siege to the tower, while King John was outside London. He was at the other big royal residence, the Castle of Windsor. he had to negotiate with the nobility in revolt and grant them a famous document, the Magna Carta, which was a charter of rights, that is to say, a list of rights granted to the nobles that would protect them against the king. They were granted protection from illegal imprisonment, for example. Their taxes were also limited. They would have access to impartial justice. These rights and protections were only for nobles. We are nowhere near modern concepts of individual rights yet, but the Magna Carta is still a very important historical document because it limited the powers of the English kings against the English aristocracy. In all feudal kingdoms, the rivalry or the power games between the kings and their powerful vassals was a problem. The nobles could have their own diplomacy and could ally with foreign powers sometimes. And when they did so, they certainly betrayed their suzerain, their king, but not really their country, because, as we said before, there was no sense of national interest. So many civil wars began when feuds between noble families or revolts of nobles against their king happened. Some kings managed to impose their will to their vassals if they were strong or cunning enough. And this is what Philip II managed to do in France at the beginning of the 13th century. He was victorious, so people would follow him, and he expanded the royal domain with his conquests, because the king was a noble too. He had his own land. The first Capetian kings in France only had the region around Paris as their land. But Philip expanded that royal domain dramatically. A counterexample to this successful model of feudal king is John. He turned out to be unable to control the barons and lost his throne because of it. So in 1214, to have the siege of London lifted, he signed the Magna Carta. But he quickly came back on his words and on the promises of reform he had made. So a complete civil war exploded this time, led by the barons. This conflict is called the First Barons' War. In 1216, John was deposed, and his son, King Henry III, was put on the throne. But that was not the end of these internal rivalries. English history remained tumultuous in the 13th century. The risk of new revolts in England had not disappeared, and for that reason, Henry III and his successor, Edward I, kept expanding the Tower of London to make it stronger, more impressive, and impregnable. The castle was expanded in all directions, except the side giving on the river, obviously, and the citadel began to expand beyond the portion of Roman wall it had initially used. The keep stayed the same, except with the new tradition to whitewash it, as we saw before. Hence the name of White Tower that began under Henry III. It is at this time, along the 13th century, that the fortress reached its current appearance, with the double line of stone walls, the moat around the outer line. So that by the mid-13th century, the tower was still a rather formidable citadel and a symbol of royal power. Which is why it remained a very important political piece, one that the kings had to control. But the nobles in England were still out for more power and independence from the kings, and after decades of tension, a new civil war began. The Second Barons' War, that started in 1264. Again, in 1267, the tower was besieged, and all the work done to reinforce it paid off. Despite a large army and siege engines, it resisted, and the nobles retreated. There were more combats, but ultimately the Second Barons' War ended in a royalist victory this time. The tower had played its role by allowing the king to retain control of his capital, so it had had a decisive contribution in this conflict. In the later medieval period, the tower remained important and it was besieged again several times. In 1381, during a peasants' revolt, a large uprising in England that was due to the impoverishment of the country caused by the consequences of the 100 Years' War that had begun several decades earlier, and the consequences of the Black Death, the epidemic that had started in the 1340s, and that had left the countrysides underpopulated, with villages and towns struggling to feed themselves. In the 15th century, during the Wars of the Roses, the tower served again as a fortress. We will return to these events in future episodes. But as you see, the tower remained a focal point in the kingdom, the key to London, and by extension, a necessary asset to fully control England. This destiny for a medieval fortress is rather rare, contrary to what one could imagine. The majority of medieval castles never saw a siege, actually, and when there was one, these sieges were more often than not sorted out with negotiations rather than actual fighting. Besieging a medieval fortress was always possible, but it was long, it was very costly, it was risky too, because diseases could appear among the besiegers, or they could be attacked themselves in the back. So, for the same fortress to be besieged so many times, half a dozen times in the case of the Tower of London, this is a very eventful existence, and it reflects its importance, its historical relevance. Another thing the tower is famous for is to be the house of the crown jewels of England, and then of the United Kingdom. It is unknown exactly when this tradition of keeping the jewels started. It is believed in the 13th century under Henry III, but the year is uncertain. Recently, in the 1990s, the crown jewels were moved to a vault called Jewel House, in what was historically a building of barracks, a building called the Waterloo Block. But the history of the crown jewels at the tower is also a long and eventful one. These jewels are not just actual jewels, crowns or scepters. There are also plenty of precious objects like dishes, cutlery, flatware, ceremonial weapons like swords, decorative objects, robes. The collection today is huge, with thousands and thousands of gemstones mounted on a large range of objects that have a high financial and even more historical value. But this collection had to be rebuilt, really, in the past 3 centuries, because it had setbacks. In the medieval period, it was convenient to keep it at the tower, because it would be safe from theft, and when money had to be raised quickly, it could be pawned, offered as a guarantee for a loan, rather than sold. This treasure, close at hand, gave the king some independence from the aristocracy. And it was understood as something that could be used as collateral for loans, but that should never be sold or lost. Actually, the position of keeper of the jewels was created, and this role, this position, included the duty to grow the collection. There was a budget to buy gold, silver, and gems that would serve to make crowns and symbols of power, scepters, orbs, as well as serving at the same time as a reserve of value. The biggest blow to the collection was dealt in 1649, during the English Revolution. For 11 years, during the English Commonwealth, royalty had been abolished, and England was governed as a republic. The crown jewels no longer had any reason to be. Money was needed, so they were sent to the mint to melt all metals. The gemstones were sold, and most of the collection disappeared like this. So much so that when the monarchy was restored in 1660, the only surviving items were a golden spoon from the 12th century, which is still part of the crown jewels today, and 3 swords. Some other pieces could be retrieved and returned later, but the collection had to be recreated. And it was, because with the expansion of the UK in the 18th and 19th centuries, with the Industrial Revolution, the kingdom saw its economy and its access to gemstones and precious metals boom spectacularly. This prosperity gave the means to restore the wealth of the British Crown, and the crown jewels were turned into the magnificent collection they are today. Part of them are on display at the Tower of London at Jewel House. Another thing the tower is famous for is to have been a prison, a royal or state prison. It was not large enough and too prestigious to house common prisoners, but aristocrats would be jailed at the tower. This started in the Middle Ages. But the most famous prisoners of the tower are from the 16th century. They include Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII, who was disgraced and later executed. Also Thomas More, an author and statesman who refused to accept Henry VIII as the head of the Church of England and was jailed and later executed for this. There was also Walter Raleigh in the 17th century, a famous explorer, soldier and statesman. He was disgraced by Elizabeth I and imprisoned shortly at the Tower in 1591. And he returned there 27 years later, in 1618, to be executed because he had attacked a Spanish outpost in the Americas in violation of the peace treaty between England and Spain. But the most famous of these inmates, for a short period, was the future Queen Elizabeth I, who was imprisoned for plotting by her sister, Queen Mary I, also known as Bloody Mary, the nickname given to her by her Protestant opponents, because she was fiercely Catholic. In the 16th century, the reputation of the Tower of London also began to change, to shift. Until then, during the Middle Ages, it had been seen, on top of being a fortress, as a rather prestigious and luxurious residence. It was a royal residence all the time. And imprisonments in the tower had been for relatively short periods of time, and only for high-profile individuals, and in rather privileged conditions. They were not free. but they were well fed and could even have personnel to attend their needs. In the 16th century, the tastes in terms of residences changed dramatically with the Renaissance. The military importance of castles declined due to the progress of artillery, and as residences, castles were now seen as sinister, cold, dark, wet. So the Tower of London lost the favor of the royals, who stopped using it as a residence, replacing it with other residences in London or outside, like the Castle of Windsor, which was also a medieval castle, also established by William the Conqueror as a Motte and Bailey castle initially, but who was modernized and made more comfortable along the centuries. Apart from keeping crown jewels or prisoners, another role that began in the medieval period for the tower, starting as early as the reign of John in the 13th century, was to use the tower as a menagerie, a private zoo. Menageries were precursors to modern zoos. They were generally not public, but they satisfied the curiosity of the rich and powerful who could afford or access them. Their curiosity for exotic or impressive animals. And indeed, starting in the 13th century, the tower received many animals from far away. 3 leopards lived there around 1235. A bit later, a polar bear that had been offered by the King of Norway. In 1250, the King of France offered an African elephant as gift, and the list went on all along the Middle Ages, with lions, wildcats, hyenas, a brown bear offered by the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. The menagerie continued until it was opened to the public in the 18th century. For Londoners who saw it in the 18th century, this was very exciting, their only chance to ever see a tiger or a grizzly bear in their lives. This role of early zoo was ended in 1830, as the London Zoo had recently opened and could welcome animals and the public in better conditions. As you see, with this mounting role as a prison or a menagerie, the tower was losing its importance as a fortress. By the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, it had completely lost its military importance and had now become an anachronic fortification in the middle of a fastly growing city, a multi-million people world metropolis that did not particularly need a castle anymore. But it had turned into the most visible remain of London's medieval past, a place that over the centuries had accumulated legends, anecdotes, tragedies. Writers contributed to its fame, but at the same time gave it an increasingly grim reputation, as a sinister place for imprisonment and torture or executions. Not that this was entirely false, but the Tower of London was just a medieval castle with a rich history. And this is what made it evocative and attractive to Gothic writers of the 19th century. Like for the Mont Saint-Michel I told you about in the previous episode, the 19th century was the time when efforts of conservation and sometimes reconstruction of historical monuments began. The Tower of London started to be seen and valued as a historical wonder, a treasure, both for its architecture and its history, which had started in the 11th century with the Norman invasion and had followed the history of England for so long. I am also telling you about this castle among other medieval wonders, because the keep, the White Tower, is a very precious and well-preserved 11th century palace. There are not many other palaces of that kind, of that period, that can compare with it in terms of size and unity of style. The White Tower is one, because the Tower of London was a royal residence, because it remained strategically relevant all along the Middle Ages, and so was well maintained, and at the same time fell completely out of favor in the 16th century as a residence, which froze it in time. It was not modernized like other castles such as Windsor, which became more a composite castle with parts from different periods, whereas the Tower of London is still very 11th century for the dungeon, the White Tower, and 12th, 13th centuries for the rest. The inside of the White Tower is still very similar to what maybe William the Conqueror knew, or if not him, his sons, his direct successors. We don't exactly know when the construction ended, as I told you earlier, and we cannot be sure that William the Conqueror saw it finished. This dungeon included 3 different levels, each floor being divided into 3 chambers, with a chapel and 4 towers, one at each angle. We can also see the signs that it was a royal residence and not just a fortress, with different fireplaces to warm it up. There are 4 fireplaces, or latrines, toilets, built into the walls. In the 11th century, in a stone building, these were refinements, luxuries, that were quite uncommon in Northern and Western Europe. In the 19th and even more the 20th century, the opening of the castle to the public made it a popular tourist attraction. It was protected as a World Heritage Site and is now one of the most visited sites in the UK, surrounded by a city that keeps changing, evolving, whereas the tower reminds of the tumultuous history of medieval London. Do you know that 900 years ago, the skyline of the city of Bologna, Italy, was dominated by medieval skyscrapers, high and slender towers of stone and brick that the wealthy families of the city competed to build. Tonight we're going to continue our journey to the Middle Ages with a new wonder to explore, these towers of Bologna. They may not be as famous as other monuments from the medieval period, but they are intriguing, and they open a window on a long-gone era, the rise of rich and powerful cities in northern Italy during the Middle Ages, the resurgence of trade, the first universities, the University of Bologna, that still exists, is considered the oldest university in continuous operation in the world. It started more than 900 years ago. So, what was Bologna like so many generations ago? Why did these medieval towers suddenly appear in this city specifically? And what remains of them today? This is what we are going to find out tonight. Bologna today is still an important city, with a metropolitan area that is home to about 1 million people. And this is an old city. It has been an important urban center since antiquity. It was originally Etruscan, The Etruscan civilization consisted of a federation of city-states in the north and center of Italy, dominated by the Etruscan people. They had their own original culture, and the entire Etruscan area was absorbed by the Roman Republic and Romanized in the second half of the first millennium BC. It didn't go without trouble, because in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, the north of Italy was dominated by the Celts, by Gaulish tribes that regularly went to war with Rome. And for some time, the site of Bologna was occupied by a tribe of Gauls. But once Italy was completely controlled by Rome, the city enjoyed a long period of peace that helped its development. Like many Italian cities, its fortune reversed when the empire weakened and when barbarian invasions threatened the north of Italy. Germanic tribes like the Goths, also the Huns. So Bologna was sacked several times in the last 2 centuries of the Western Roman Empire, and it had to be rebuilt. We lack records about this period of several centuries between the last decades of the Roman Empire and the 8th-9th centuries AD. But it is likely that Bologna during this period was only the shadow of what it had been as a Roman city. In the 8th century AD, it fell to another Germanic people, the Lombards, who invaded northern Italy. The region of Lombardy, the most populated Italian region, still bears their name. At the time, Bologna was near the southern frontier of the kingdom of the Lombards. But this kingdom didn't last long. On request of the Pope in Rome, the Emperor Charlemagne invaded it and annexed the north of Italy to his kingdom. Bologna now found itself, by the end of the 8th century, on the southern frontier of Charlemagne's empire, which itself would break down later. But it would not affect Bologna much. The city started to prosper again, this time as a march of the Carolingian Empire, of Charlemagne's empire. In the context of the Middle Ages, a march or a mark was the term used to name a borderland. The Carolingians gave quite a lot of independence to their faraway territories. They had a heartland in the west of Germany, north of France, Belgium and the Netherlands that was well controlled under a tight administration for the time. But the rest of the empire around that was like a halo, with regions that had pledged allegiance but were increasingly more independent as they were distant from the center. And Bologna was in that case, a fairly autonomous city that could now prosper thanks to peace, thanks to its presence in a fertile and temperate region, and also the revival of trade in Italy and beyond the Alps towards northern and western Europe. I will elaborate more on this in an upcoming episode, in which I will tell you about medieval Venice and St. Mark's Basilica. But the important thing here is that Bologna rose to become one of the largest cities in Italy and Europe along the 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th centuries. It was one of the large medieval urban centers of Europe, alongside Venice, Paris, Bruges, London, Milan or Genoa. Cities like Milan, Venice, Bologna, Genoa, and to these we could add Verona or Florence, That is a lot of large medieval cities in Italy. This is not a coincidence. Northern Italy emerged as a wealthy region in the second half of the Middle Ages, starting in the 10th and 11th centuries. And this prosperity of Bologna that led to the tower building frenzy we're going to discuss tonight is linked to this phenomenon. So why did northern Italy suddenly prosper like this? For several reasons. First, because it had a legacy. More than other regions of the Roman Empire, it had infrastructures like roads, ports, markets or aqueducts, and large urban centers. Of course, all of this had been ruined and fallen into disrepair following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. But it is easier to repair a road than create it from scratch. It is easier to cultivate plains that have already been cleared of their forests, and so on. So, this legacy of the Roman Empire provided a base for Italian cities to be reborn. A second set of factors were geographic and climatic elements. The plain of the Po River in the north of Italy is fertile, with a rather mild climate that made agriculture productive and helped sustain a large population. But this is not all. Yet another major factor is the development of trade to, from, and within northern Italy along the Middle Ages. Several maritime republics emerged, the most famous being obviously Venice, but Genoa was also very important, and there were lesser merchant republics like Pisa. Culturally, all these small states in the north of Italy were very forward-looking and interested in serving as trade hubs for the rest of Christendom. They had preserved connections to the east, to the Eastern Roman Empire, to Byzantium. So leveraging these, their merchants adventured to the east, in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Black Sea. They traded with ports that were at the end of the Silk Road and the Spice Road. Part of their wealth was based on bringing exotic goods, textiles like silk, spices, precious materials like jade, lapis lazuli, ivory, gems like diamonds that at the time essentially came from India because American and African diamond mines were unknown, and so on. And these goods would be sold at a high margin to the rest of Europe. They crossed the Alps and went on rivers and roads to regions where they were sought after, where they were in high demand, like Germany, around the Baltic Sea, northern France, Flanders and the Netherlands, the south of England, Catalonia. So the north of Italy became the main trade hub of Europe, which brought it significant wealth too, and helped its development. Because this trade also had positive consequences, positive externalities, as economists would say. With higher revenues and the search for products to sell abroad on these international trade routes, appeared a new demand for manufactured goods and even luxury goods. Fine clothes, glass, jewelry and silverware. Part of the tradition and know-how for fine crafts and luxury goods in the north of Italy that continues to this day with well-known brands has its roots in this historical context. It is like in France. These things can take centuries to form and are the product of a specific historical set of conditions. So this northern Italian trade stimulated a medieval industry, that was obviously very different from the kind of manufacturing that appeared since the Industrial Revolution. There were no factories or big shops. Instead, there were smaller shops, guilds or artisans, a cottage industry, that is to say, people receiving supplies and producing at home. So, for this reason too, the north of Italy and Bologna benefited from a more developed and complex economy, something that only had an equivalent maybe in Flanders in the last centuries of the Middle Ages. And these evolutions with more trade and crafts started at a time when much of Europe still had a much more basic and survival-oriented economy. And finally, last but not least, in the last decades of the Middle Ages, an early financial industry appeared with proto-banks that served to fund trade operations. For example, they funded cargoes to arm commercial ships, or they kept savings. Examples of this include the oldest bank still in operation in the world, which appeared in the late 15th century in the city of Siena, the bank Monte dei Paschi di Siena, which still exists today. Another sign of this trade and financial expansion is the invention of double-entry bookkeeping, something well known by accountants. Double-entry bookkeeping is the practice to record every operation on two sides, debit and credit, which has become a basic practice of accounting. All these things were invented or refined in medieval northern Italy, in a region dotted by large cities like Venice, Genoa, Milan, Florence and Bologna. The accumulation of wealth, the forward-looking mindset, the availability of resources to invest in research, in architecture and art, all of this is credited to have kick-started the Renaissance, starting in the years 1400 in Italy, the Quattrocento, and spreading to the rest of Europe a few decades later. So genuinely, the history of the world took a turn in the late Middle Ages in northern Italy, as a result of a process that had started centuries earlier. And one last remark before we return to Bologna is that this is also why most historians consider unfair the image of backwardness or stagnation that is often associated with the Middle Ages. This was just not true. The medieval period was one of slow growth, yes, and there were setbacks caused by wars or epidemics that sometimes sent back entire regions a century or two, economically and demographically. But beyond these shocks, these were centuries of reurbanization, of slow technical progress and demographic growth, of gains of cultivable land on the forests that previously covered much of Europe, of accumulation of wealth and transformation of mindsets that would later allow Western Europe to project itself and create a technical advance for itself, compared with the rest of the world, to a level that had never been seen before in world history. But all of this was just to give you context for the success of Bologna as a medieval city. And it is in this context that the towers began to rise. How many towers, by the way? It is hard to have an exact number, because a majority of them were demolished starting in the Middle Ages to avoid collapse or take back the building materials. Modern historians estimate the number of towers to about 80 to 100, with the highest ones approaching 100 meters in height. more than 300 feet. In average, they would have been 60 meters high, or about 200 feet. For the time, and considering how thin they were, these heights were vertiginous. The towers must have caused to the population the same feeling we may have looking at these very slender and high towers that have appeared in Manhattan in the past 15 or 20 years. Their proportions were very unusual, and they were thought out with foundations that went 5 to 10 meters deep. That is to say, the equivalent to 2 to 4 stories underground. Each tower had a square cross-section, and the base was typically made of stone, the most durable and strongest material available. But how to erect such a high tower when the walls are going to be very heavy and without a metal structure like in modern skyscrapers? By using a method that the Romans had already used to make domes. As the structure was raised, the walls were made successively thinner and thinner to limit their weight. The masonry was similar to what was done at the time for fortified walls, like in castles or the walls that surrounded cities. There were an inner wall, an outer wall, and in between there was a void, a gap, that would be filled with stones and mortar. So when the mortar had dried, it stuck together the inner and outer walls and made these structures fairly strong. Also, in case the outer wall would collapse due to aging or a projectile hitting it, it generally did not compromise the entire wall, because the intermediate section, the layer of mortar and rubble, would resist. So the towers would be built by adding successive stories, which was slow, because the mortar had to dry before more wall was added above it, and also expensive, because stones and bricks were not the go-to building materials at the time. Houses were still made of wood or adobe. Stone was the material for palaces, fortresses, or religious buildings. A practice that spread in Italian cities at the time was to build stone houses for affluent families. Traders, guildmasters, high officials, aristocrats, bankers. But that option remained very high-end at the time. So it is estimated that an average tower of 60 meters or 200 feet would take 3 to 10 years of work. In the 12th to 13th centuries, we have to imagine the skyline of Bologna with its existing towers, dozens of them, and several more in construction, surrounded with scaffoldings. Some holes were left in the outer walls to support scaffoldings or to be able to add coverings later. It seems the number of towers peaked in the 13th century, the years 1200. After that, they were either demolished or collapsed, to the point that today only 20 towers remain. But out of these 20, the majority have been shortened to a few floors, and they no longer rise above the other buildings. Only 2 towers, called the 2 Towers of Bologna, in the center of the city, still give an idea of what these towers were like. With the higher of these 2 towers, the Asinelli Tower, standing at 97 meters tall, more than 300 feet. And there is also a shorter one at its side, the Garisenda Tower, at 47 meters. I have stood at their feet, and it is hard not to feel a bit of vertigo, because they feel abnormally high for medieval structures, and on top of that, they lean slightly, like the Tower of Pisa, an effect of the foundations sinking unevenly due to the structure of the soil under them. What was the inside of the towers like? We don't know for all towers, but it seems that they were fairly hollow, with only stairs for people to climb up. Stairs built around a central void. The lower floors were probably inhabited and served as houses for the owners or their people. When we speak of a house in the Middle Ages, figuratively, a house was a very expanded family that included way more than the modern nuclear family. There were also surviving ancestors living under the same roof, and all the employees that gravitated around the family, some of them bound to it on several generations. At the time in the 12th century, when the towers were built, serfdom was also widespread in Italy, and landowners also had this workforce. Even though this is hard to measure, it is believed that serfdom and the free labor that it gave to landowners was also a factor that made the building of these towers possible. But this leaves a question open. Why? Why the need to build these structures? Space to live was not really lacking. The towers were expensive. They don't seem to have had any obvious practical use. So what was the point? A first explanation can probably be found in the dangers of life at the time. I told you that northern Italy was relatively prosperous, but there were still wars regularly between the cities that were independent, and Bologna was one of the regional powers at the time. And you never knew how a war could turn out. When a city was taken, it would be sacked, and its inhabitants left to the goodwill of the victors. Bologna had its armies and walls that protected it. But wealthy families may well have wanted to have another layer of security by having their own little fortress in town. A refuge that was even more useful because the threat could also come from within the city. Cities were prone to rioting, and feuds between families could turn to violence. Another misconception about the Middle Ages, because it lasted for centuries and happened a long time ago, is to downplay or ignore social conflicts that arose from social transformation or power games between institutions or social groups. We tend to focus on wars between kingdoms, expeditions like the Crusades, or raids and invasions like the Vikings or later the Mongols. But a lot of tension and conflicts also happened within medieval societies, around religion, abuses, or the rights of institutions and people. One such religious and political conflict that led to violence at the turn of the 12th century is called the investiture controversy. I mention it because it happened just as the first towers began to rise in Bologna, and it is believed that it could have been a trigger. Investiture controversy, what does it mean? It was a conflict of influence between the Church and several European monarchs about who should choose bishops and other high dignitaries of the Church, like abbots, for example. In theory, The way medieval societies saw the sharing of authority was that the popes, the church, was responsible for everything sacred and spiritual, whereas the secular power was in the hands of lords and kings. But this did not really eliminate rivalries or even conflicts. The Church was an international organization, at the scale of Christendom, or at least at the scale of Roman Catholic Europe, that recognized the Roman popes after the schism with the Orthodox in the East. We were still several centuries before the Protestant Reformation. So this international grid of bishoprics and parishes was superimposed on many different states, mostly kingdoms, but also republics or free cities that themselves could be part of larger confederations like the Holy Roman Empire, centered on Germany, the north of Italy, and the Low Countries, a remain of Charlemagne's empire, without the Kingdom of France that was going its own way. The problem was that in real life, this line of separation between the secular and the religious was not always that obvious, because the Church was also an institution interwoven with society, and the popes were also heads of state. So concretely, when there was a war between two kings, and the Pope was aligned with one of them, for the king who had the Pope against him, it meant the entire clergy within his own frontiers could become very suspicious. What if suddenly the tight network of priests started attacking the figure of the king every Sunday in front of the faithfuls? This created constant conflicts of loyalty. And the popes were not just religious authorities, they were heads of state themselves, with their own possessions in central Italy. In the Middle Ages, the popes were not heads of a tiny state like the Vatican, like today, which in practice doesn't really matter as a state. It has no secular power, no army or weight beyond the authority of the Pope himself. But back then, the popes had large possessions that formed the papal state. And this papal state was also a regional power, a military power, with its political interests, its diplomacy, and of course the constant temptations to use the pope's religious authority to further the interest of the papal states themselves. This tension went on for the entire Middle Ages and beyond. Multiple kings were excommunicated by the popes for not complying with the church's orders, and the papal state was invaded several times by sovereigns. To a large extent, the King of France forcing the popes to move closer to his lands in Avignon, or later the creation of the Anglican Church in England by King Henry VIII. All of these political conflicts, these measures, derived from the rivalry between the popes and Christian sovereigns, who did not intend to tolerate an external power in Rome playing against their interests, or undermining their control on their own kingdoms. So this is what the investiture controversy was about. Who would get to choose and install bishops across European kingdoms? Nowadays, obviously, this is no longer an issue. The Church decides, but countries with a Catholic tradition are unbothered, because the Church is no longer a state like before, and also the bishops don't really have that much influence on society anymore. And we are also in modern, more pluralistic societies in which the freedom of speech of a bishop is not seen as a threat against the state, even if what he says annoys the current government. There is more acceptance of pluralism, freedom of conscience, and also the Church has way less influence on society than it had a few centuries ago, so it is manageable by secular powers. But 800 years ago, the stakes were higher, and both the popes and the kings wanted to choose the bishops so that they would control them. This rivalry turned into a full conflict that lasted for about 50 years. It was not a complete war, but this controversy crossed society, especially in the regions that belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, and people would take sides either with the popes or the secular sovereigns. Occasionally, this would lead to sporadic violence between the two sides. Bologna was independent, but it was part of the Holy Roman Empire. It was on its southern frontier, and as such it was involved. Some families supported extended powers for the Holy Roman Emperor, who was at the heart of this conflict because he wanted more influence on the choice of bishops across his lands. Other families sided with the popes, who at the time tried to reinforce their secular influence. We were in the late 11th century and the early 12th century. The Crusades to the Levant were still very active. The popes were rather interventionist and had this dream of a more unified Christendom. But this period also had sudden bursts of social violence. Violence against the Jews, violence against any group that could be perceived as heretical. And it could well have been all this undercurrent of violence that pushed families in Bologna to start building the towers. Still, this may explain the beginning of the phenomenon, but it doesn't explain the height of the towers. And here it seems the only explanation is the competition between families. Along the 12th century, towers became symbols. They became way more than homes or private fortresses. They turned into symbols of a family's wealth and influence. It would have been embarrassing to have one of the smaller towers for an ambitious family, so they felt compelled to build higher, or at least as high, as their neighbors. It became a mechanism of social distinction. They were keeping up with the Jones, basically. And this was certainly the main reason for the spectacular heights reached by the towers, that no other function than one of representation justified. In summary, they were about showing off. As the 13th century advanced, some towers were demolished, and it seems others collapsed, which is not surprising given how daring they were. The towers crazed past, and the remaining towers became obsolete. They were repurposed as prisons, shops and stores, or sometimes as cheap housing. But as they sometimes looked dangerously fragile, more and more were demolished or shortened along the centuries. The last demolitions taking place in the early 20th century. Only the two surviving towers now remind of a time when Bologna looked like a kind of medieval Manhattan, with its dozens of skyscrapers. If one day you go to the Cathedral of Aachen, Germany, you will see a spectacular octagonal chapel called the Palatine Chapel. Palatine means that it belongs or belonged to a palace. It mixes Roman and Byzantine architecture, with the dome rising 100 feet, 31 meters, and a rich decoration of colorful mosaics, marble columns, and intricate gold work. On the upper level of the chapel, there's a simple but imposing marble seat that remains, overlooking the altar below and the crowds that gathered in the chapel. The throne of an emperor, placed up there to symbolize his authority as both a secular political ruler and a protector of the Christian faith. This emperor was Charlemagne. The chapel is the best preserved, the last remaining element of a large palace that has mostly disappeared. And this is the story we are going to explore tonight. This will take us back once again to the Middle Ages, but the early Middle Ages, the 8th and 9th centuries. That is to say, medieval times before stone castles and cathedrals. A time when people often lived with remains of Roman buildings around them. A time when Christianity had not yet replaced pagan cults on the northern and eastern fringes of Europe. A time when large cities had disappeared, and most people lived in hamlets or villages. And a time of young kingdoms, created by the peoples that had overwhelmed the Western Roman Empire. None of the states of the countries of contemporary Europe existed yet, and frontiers were imprecise and could change fast. And finally, also a time of technical and economic backwardness for Western Europe. The days of Roman prosperity, of safety, architecture, and all sorts of cultural refinements were long gone. It was a world that would probably feel very wild, decadent, dangerous, and even destitute to us. But that would turn out to be an important matrix of Europe, of its cultures, its kingdoms, and its rebuilding along the Middle Ages. The backdrop of our story tonight is Western Europe in the 8th and 9th centuries. But to understand the rise and relevance of Charlemagne, we need to know what this world he lived in was like. As I told you, the first centuries of the Middle Ages, these were a period of transition and transformation in Europe. Transformation because the legacy of the Roman Empire kept fading. New powers were rising on its ashes. And the foundations of what would come next, medieval society, economy and politics, these foundations were being laid. Of course, after the dislocation of the Roman Empire, all centralized authority had disappeared, and Western Europe had become a patchwork of new kingdoms, often ruled by Germanic tribal kings, the sovereigns of these peoples that had settled within and sometimes fought against the Roman Empire. Of these new political forces, the most significant at the time was the Frankish kingdom. It was a state that expanded from the 5th century and outlived many of its rivals. Its historical core territory, its heartland, was inside the frontiers of the former Western Roman Empire, near the Rhine and the Meuse rivers, in what is now the northeast of France, the west of Germany and Belgium. The Franks were a group of Germanic peoples that had crossed the frontier of the Roman Empire and settled inside, which the empire could not resist in its last century. So instead, it tried to accommodate them, hiring groups of Franks as mercenaries, or giving them control of some land inside the empire with the task of defending the frontier. There was one dynasty of Frankish kings, the Salian Franks or the Salians, that used this new state in the 5th century as a base that they expanded to the north of what is now France, and eventually in the 6th century to most of Gaul of modern France on the map under a king called Clovis. Clovis converted to Christianity, which, apart from religious considerations, also made sense politically, because even though Christianity was not the traditional faith of the Germans, nor the only faith in Gaul, it had already spread to many regions of Gaul, including cities, and it would help him establish his legitimacy, control this new larger kingdom. Clovis founded a dynasty called the Merovingians that became rather successful because it managed to consolidate and expand on these conquests. This is how, along the 7th and 8th centuries, the Merovingian dynasty and its Frankish kingdom, also called Francia. The name France comes from Frankish and Francia, but this state was not France yet. We'll see why. This state lasted longer than many other Germanic kingdoms, despite Germanic traditions that could have facilitated its dislocation. Because the traditional law of the Salian Franks was that when a king died, his possessions were shared between his sons. So at each generation, the kingdom was at risk of fragmentation. It didn't mean the kingdom would entirely disappear into as many new states as there were heirs or sons. The kingdom remained as the family's possession, and the goal was to keep it as one. But the administration of the territory would be shared between the sons. So this was a rather tribal concept of state, of country. This state was somewhere between an autonomous entity that could survive its king, like a modern state, and a family asset, on which all heirs had rights. They could claim their share. Still, despite the various dynastic sharings between princes, the Merovingians managed to keep their kingdom more or less unified through war, diplomacy, and weddings. After its fragmentation, the kingdom was always reunified. So that by the early 8th century, it appeared as the main political force in Western Europe. But the best was still to come. The tribal nature of this kingdom still existed. And one aspect of it was that beside the dynasty of the kings, the Merovingians, there were other prominent families, other dynasties with high responsibilities, especially a family that occupied the very prestigious and influent charge of majordomo, or mayor of the palace. They were the managers of the household of the Frankish king. But this position of majordomo went far beyond domestic tasks. In practice, they acted more and more as prime ministers, at the head of the entire administration. Ambitious and capable, these mayors of the palace ended ousting the Merovingian kings and replacing them at the head of the kingdom. This dynasty is the one called Carolingian, and it emerged at the head of the Frankish kingdom over 2 or 3 generations, with Charles Martel, his son Pépin the Short, and his grandson Charlemagne. 3 rulers that successively built upon the deeds of their predecessors to create this empire that Charlemagne ruled over. Charles Martel, Martel in Old French means hammer. So Charles Martel is famous in particular for a military victory against a Muslim invading force, the Battle of Tours or the Battle of Poitiers, in 732 AD. The Muslims, the Umayyad Caliphate, controlled most of Spain at the time, and from there they launched raids to the north of the Pyrenees Mountains, threatening to advance north. Historians disagree on the exact magnitude of this battle in 732, but the idea behind is that the existence of a Frankish kingdom of Francia with enough resources, armies and commanders to defend its southern frontier managed to stop or discourage the Muslim expansion at the time, establishing a frontier in the west between Christian and Muslim regions. The ambitions and talent of Charles Martel as a military commander played a role in this, and his son, Pépin le Bref, the Short, and grandson, Charlemagne, had the same drive to expand, organize, and defend their kingdom. It was the first time since the fall of the Roman Empire, so in centuries, that a state in Western Europe managed to last, expand, and emerge as a true power that could do a little more than just defend itself. So much so that this state ended up under Charlemagne being in a position to claim to be a successor to the defunct Roman Empire. So this was how the Frankish kingdom rose to dominance. But apart from its resources and ambitions, it was also helped a lot by the lack of opposition. The Muslim wave of invasions to the south had already lost most of its impulse by the mid-8th century in that region. And the Umayyads never really tried to launch an invasion of the rest of Europe. Apart from Spain, the rest of Europe, all of the neighbors of the Franks, were fragmented into small kingdoms, into city-states, or tribes with a tiny territory. Most of these Germanic kingdoms were very small. For example, if you look at Great Britain at the time, more precisely England, England was shared between several, like Wessex or Mercia. One thing Charlemagne and his court were aware of was that a larger kingdom, an empire, required a different way to rule, especially with a more robust administration. To understand people from the 7th and 8th centuries, especially these Germanic kings, we need to bear in mind that the big example, the one reference that they looked to for inspiration, was the memory of Rome. The Roman Empire appeared as an example of success, efficiency, prosperity, that had been lost, but could still be used as a model, all the more that it had not completely disappeared. At the same time, Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire, survived in the East. It was still a great power, and it had embassies across Europe. So, from his capital in Aachen, Charlemagne supervised the creation of an administration with envoys called the Missi Dominici, the envoys of the master, the royal envoys, to enforce laws and oversee the local nobles that ruled in the name of Charlemagne. This kind of centralized administration went against the very decentralized systems that prevailed until then. And it also turned out to be a short-lived experience, because after the empire of Charlemagne disappeared, disaggregated, after his death, Western Europe took a turn towards feudality and its extreme decentralization. It would take centuries before feudal kingdoms reappeared and began to centralize again, advancing towards the creation of modern states by reducing the reach of the feudal system. So Charlemagne's empire was somewhere in between a feudal kingdom and a reminder of the ancient Roman organization, an attempt to revive it. When we think about it, the Romans invented the modern way of looking at a state. That is to say, an entity with precise frontiers drawn on maps, an administration that covers it entirely, and the same law applying within it. There can be varying degrees of autonomy in regions or in states that are part of a federation, a larger federation. But even in a federation, there is a central government that takes decisions affecting the entire country. In foreign policy, economy and finance, the military and so on. And there are external frontiers that mark an inside and an outside. That type of state dominates the world today. We don't really imagine a different way of existing as a country. But it was not always the case. This model did not appear spontaneously. Tribal federations that often lived as nomads or feudal kingdoms had different representations of what they were. They didn't have a central government with a capacity to act on the entire territory. They didn't speak with a single voice. They didn't have precise frontiers sometimes, having more zones of influence that remained moving and unprecise, like a halo. So Charlemagne's empire mixed these elements of centralization, inspired by Rome, and the seeds of what would become the feudal system, with nobles ruling on their territory and pledging allegiance to a sovereign, and under them lesser nobles, lesser lords, all the way down in a pyramid-like kind of society. We are going to speak about the figure of Charlemagne more specifically. But first, why the choice of Aachen as a capital? And why this spectacular chapel inside a new palace? Aachen was not really a capital in the modern sense. That is to say, a city chosen to be the fixed seat of government. The court of the Frankish kings were always itinerant, but Aachen became Charlemagne's preferred residence, especially in his later years. And so, de facto, it worked as a capital. It had the best palace, or this is where embassies went. So why the choice of this city, which was not particularly important until then? First, because it was central. In an empire that now stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to Central Europe, and from the North Sea to Italy, Aachen was relatively central. Central, but at the same time within this heart of the Frankish lands, this core of the Merovingian kingdom, that is to say, northern France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and part of western Germany. At the same time, it was not too far from the frontier with the Saxons that had turned out to be Charlemagne's arch-enemies along his reign. Chosen enemies, really. Because he was on the offensive in what is called the Saxon Wars. What was it? The Saxons in Germany were a confederation of Germanic tribes in northwestern Germany, in what corresponds nowadays to the Länder of Lower Saxony, Westphalia, and parts of Saxony-Anhalt. Charlemagne launched an invasion of their territory in 772. At the time, he was just 24. He was born in 748. And he did it for three main reasons. One, to expand, because at this point all of France and the Benelux was well controlled. So expanding eastward made sense. Two, for religious reasons. Charlemagne was a devout Catholic, and the Saxons were fiercely attached to their pagan beliefs. Crushing this resistance to Christianity seemed like the best way to continue the Christianization of Europe, of which Charlemagne wanted to be a champion. Actually, it is believed that one of the factors, among others of course, that could have triggered the start of Viking raids coming from the north, from Scandinavia, raids that would start soon after, could have been the perception by the Old Norse that they were threatened by these Christians to their south. As the Christians, especially Charlemagne, were aggressively targeting the pagans, and the Norse were a branch of Germanic pagan peoples. But this is another story. So this religious factor should not be underestimated. The Saxons would be forcibly converted. And third, it was a way of securing the frontier. The Franks had successively subjugated all their neighbors, except the Saxons, who lived near the Frankish heartland. Invading them was a way of pushing the frontier further. So the initial attack started in 772, but there were several campaigns over more than 30 years, because the Saxons resisted and remained hard to control even after their defeats. They were a confederation of tribes, and there was no central power to sign peace with. So they kept revolting against Frankish occupation. Finally, only in 804, when Charlemagne was already an old man, Saxon resistance ended. But all along these 3 decades of campaigns against the Saxons, Aachen turned out to be a good spot, a good residence for Charlemagne, at the same time near the core of his empire, but not too far from the battlefields or the revolting Saxon regions. It was a good place to monitor the situation. All of this formed the first reason for the choice of Aachen as a capital. It had a good location. A second reason to make it the capital was the Roman legacy. Aachen had Roman roots. It had once been a Roman settlement. Aquae Grani, a colony that the Romans had developed into Bath because it had natural hot springs. I told you about the importance of Rome's memory and legacy at the time. So by establishing his court there, Charlemagne was also claiming a connection to ancient Rome. It was also a good occasion to restore and use Roman infrastructure, the bath, and build a palace in a Roman-inspired style. The chapel I described at the very beginning, the Palatine Chapel, was modeled after an octagonal chapel Charlemagne had seen in Italy, in Ravenna. All of this illustrates the emperor's ambition to revive a Christian Roman Empire. A third group of reasons to choose Aachen as the capital was just the natural resources and comfort offered by this city. There were the hot springs that may have influenced this decision, because according to a biographer of Charlemagne, Einhard, bathing and swimming were things the emperor liked a lot and practiced daily. But not just that. Aachen was surrounded by a fertile region, agriculturally rich, which meant it was able to support the royal court with food. These were times when long-haul trade was minimal, so one had to find a way to live from the land nearby. And finally, Aachen was well connected. It was near the Rhine River, and there were roads leading in and out of it, something necessary for the seat of an administration. So these are the reasons why Aachen became Charlemagne's de facto or unofficial capital. Unofficial because, as I told you, Frankish kings did not stay all the time in the same place. Actually, medieval kings, in general, were mobile. They would travel with their courts between their palaces and their main vassals' palaces as guests, which was not just for pleasure, it was politically important because the unity and the tranquility of their kingdoms relied on their personal allegiance bonds with lords. They could not let these bonds deteriorate. European kings really started to stay put and rule from one main location, one main palace, only in modern times, in the 16th, 17th centuries. Before that, they had itinerant courts that rarely stayed more than a few months in the same place. So, we have seen in which political context Charlemagne lived, where he came from as a king, why Aachen became the capital. But what was his life like? And who was he as a person? Physically, as for other medieval kings, we do not have a portrait, except on coins, but these are very unprecise. Contemporaries mention that he was tall for the time, and indeed there was an excavation of his tomb in the 19th century, and his remains suggest that he would have been 6 feet 2, that's 1.84 meters, a tall stature for the time. The average man of this era stood closer to 5 feet 5, 1.65 meters. He seems to have been in good health overall. He even died at 71 or 72, after a reign of more than 50 years. That was very old for the time. He probably never wore a long beard, as in many ulterior portraits, but probably just a mustache. And he had short hair, in contrast with Frankish kings of the past that wore their hair longer. This is thought to have been, once again, a way of becoming more Roman. Shaving, short hair, this is more Roman than Germanic. Testimonies described him as energetic and very active, charismatic too, and also very pious. More often than not, when we look at history, politics and strategy play a big role in decisions that are presented as inspired by faith or religion. In his case, it is true that choosing to become a champion of Catholicism was advantageous. Advantageous because he could use Christianity to keep his empire together. As a factor of unity, he could use it to justify invasions or to get legitimacy from the popes. But it seems it was also something deeply sincere in Charlemagne's case. All his life he protected the papacy in Rome, even though the popes were independent from his empire. And he was crowned in 800 by the pope of the time, Leo III. His empire as an unified state disappeared later, obviously, but because of this crowning and the legacy left by Charlemagne, he is considered the first one, the forerunner to the long line of Holy Roman Emperors. The Holy Roman Empire, having different frontiers than his empire, but keeping alive this legacy or the dream of recreating a Christian Roman Empire. Even though the Holy Roman Empire evolved into a very loose confederation over time, it ended only 1,000 years later, in the 19th century, when Napoleon abolished it officially. Now the kind of empire Charlemagne ruled over was one that would have looked very underpopulated and very rural to us. As I told you before, the European world was one of villages, towns at most, and this capital probably had a population of a few thousand only, maybe 10,000 at most, when the court was present and an army was stationed in the capital. The rest of the time, historians made estimates between 1,000 to 5,000 people. That is to say, if we look at it objectively, based on data, on numbers, there was no way the empire of Charlemagne or its capital could rival what Rome had been. A city of 5,000 at the time of the Roman Empire was not very important. This is where the comparison with ancient Rome ends. There was this dream of restarting an empire, but in comparison with Constantinople or Muslim cities like Damas or Baghdad, Aachen looked very small and provincial. In total, historians estimate that Charlemagne had 10 to 20 million subjects, a more respectable number. That probably represented a good half of European population at the time. Half of his subjects were in Francia, that is to say, the Frankish heartland, with northern France, the Benelux and parts of Germany, and the rest in Saxony, northern Italy, and other frontier territories like Bavaria or a little march in Spain. As I told you in the story about Bologna recently, Bologna also being a march, After Charlemagne conquered northern Italy at the expense of the Lombards, a march was a frontier territory. In feudal times, a marquess would be put in charge of a march and a count of a county, which were territories generally farther away from the frontier. Obviously, after that, with the passing of time, counties could end up near a frontier or marches comfortably away from them. But that was the origin of the term. These 10 to 20 million subjects compare with an estimate of around 60 million for the entire Roman Empire at its peak. So that remains a respectable figure. But it sounds awkward to us to have a capital of 5 to 10,000 people for a state of 15 or 20 million subjects. And this reflects that in Europe of the High Middle Ages, in Charlemagne's empire, urban areas had almost vanished. It was an almost exclusively agrarian world, based for most people on a survival economy that did not generate much surpluses to support cities or other classes of people, like scholars or traders. Charlemagne tried to impulse a few reforms in favor of education, and he tried to help abbeys that were at the time the centers of knowledge. But it didn't change the nature of this economy and society. So, by population, a small capital, and in the middle of it, there was this palace that looked very big and fancy for this place and time. The kind of decoration and architectural refinement that we can see 1200 years later at the Palatine Chapel existed in a world where almost all buildings were of wood, small, dark, and new stone constructions, even small ones, were exceptional. So this palace was a statement building. Out of it, the chapel survives, but it was only one of 3 main buildings forming a complex. Typically, the Franks built wooden structures, scattered around without a particular plan. This palace took the opposite route. It was inspired by Roman and Byzantine architecture. So it was planned, and with perpendicular buildings arranged around an axis. Mainly these 3 buildings that were connected by covered walkways and courtyards. There was the chapel, the part that survives today, a great hall called the Aula Regia, which means Great Hall, and which was the secular part of the palace, the place where political functions took place, meetings, hearings, feasts, receptions of envoys or ambassadors, councils. And the third part was the private one, the residential quarters. Of the 3, the most heavily decorated was the first one, the Palatine Chapel, which was the religious, spiritual center, which, as I said, was inspired by a basilica in Ravenna, Italy, that Charlemagne had visited. It stood 100 feet high, 31 meters, an unusual height for the time, with a dome and a very regular, symmetrical layout. It was octagonal inside, but outside, the outer wall had 16 sides. The refinement was not just in the decoration and the materials, it was in the thought process and the attention to general aesthetics and proportions. The Great Hall, the Aula Regia, was less adorned, but also built in stone, with a wooden roof, and also inspired by Roman works. This time by basilicas, these large public meeting rooms that stood near Roman forums. The connotation of basilica is now religious, because large churches were later called basilicas, but in ancient Rome these buildings were not religious. So this hall was rectangular and also large for the time, at 154 by 66 feet, that's 47 by 20 meters. It had windows that allowed natural light inside. But overall, its decoration was not as rich as the chapels. And it was larger, it could accommodate hundreds. Finally, the residential quarters, separated from the rest by a large courtyard, included private chambers for Charlemagne, his family, and possibly guests. We know less about this part of the palace, but it is believed that the residential quarters comprised a series of smaller stone and timber buildings. They were not as grand as the rest. They were connected to the hot springs and probably included a bathroom or pool area. The level of comfort was certainly rather basic, in accordance with Frankish customs, and here again, this is a part that feels far from Roman opulence. There were just wooden beds and tables, and fur coverings, no precious fabrics like velvet or silk, nor fancy furniture like Roman emperors or prominent people in Rome used to have. Apart from these three main components of the complex, there were a few more buildings, stables, barracks, workshops, housing for servants, artisans and soldiers. Artisans because at a time when there was barely any trade, or places to buy things, which is another characteristic of early medieval courts or residences that would progressively recede as medieval Europe re-urbanized and revived trade between cities and the countryside. It is estimated the complex had 200 to 500 residents when the court was present. It stood on a hill at the center of Aachen and occupied about 20 hectares, that is about 50 acres. As years passed, especially after his crowning in 800 as emperor, Charlemagne spent more and more time in this palace. He really lived there. And this is where he finally died, in 814, aged 71 or 72, after arguably the most successful reign Western Europe had seen since the fall of the Western Roman Empire. He had had time to establish embassies with faraway powers, like Byzantium, but also the Abbasid Caliph, Harun al-Rashid, in Baghdad. There are so many seeds that can be seen for the future of Europe and Christendom in the rise of this Carolingian Empire. The recreation of a powerful state, the recreation of a more robust administration, the resumption of diplomacy with the rest of the world, the affirmation of a Christian identity, including aggressively so, to convert the pagans and expand Christendom. In various countries, Charlemagne is viewed as a founding figure. Actually, he has sometimes been called the father of Europe. Why a founding figure? Because along the century, numerous royal families traced their origin back to him, which was not always very credible, but they did. Second, because he remained as a reference during the entire Middle Ages, a model of sovereign, the creator of the Holy Roman Empire, very important in the politics of Germany, Austria, Bohemia, the Netherlands, northern Italy. And third, because the Frankish kingdom, after him, ended being divided into East and West Francia. West Francia became a precursor state of France, and East Francia of Germany. Now, precursor needs to be taken with a grain of salt, because the road to the emergence of these two countries in the following centuries would not be straightforward at all, and nothing was determined once and for all in the 9th century. But what can be said is that without Charlemagne's empire, these two countries may not have existed or may have been very different politically or culturally. For these reasons, when the European Community, the precursor to the European Union, was founded, the figure of Charlemagne was invoked immediately. Because for the founding members of this political community, his empire had covered all or part of their territory: Germany, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And he was a figure of unity. There could be many objections to it. There are always some when historical figures are used as symbols in the present. This is always more about pushing a narrative than looking for the truth. But the legacy of Charlemagne lives on in these symbols. Even though, short term after his death, it didn't last much longer. You remember what I said earlier about the succession laws of the Salian Franks, the sons sharing the kingdoms. These rules were still in force. The division of Charlemagne's empire did not happen immediately when he died, because he only had one surviving legitimate son, Louis the Pious. Louis's reign was far from being as successful as his father's. That's another story, but his lands ended up torn by civil war between his sons. He was even temporarily deposed in 833, and he died in 840, 26 years after Charlemagne. And when he died, the sharing was done between 3 sons. The empire was cut in 3 and never reunified. Of the 3 sons, Charles the Bold, became king of West Francia, that is to say, Proto-France. Louis the German, king of East Francia, corresponding roughly to West Germany, and Lothair, king of Middle Francia, a long strip of land going from the Netherlands to Italy, a position that looked very uncomfortable, precarious, and indeed this kingdom of Middle Francia was short-lived. The Frankish kingdom, as it had existed under the first Carolingians, would never reappear. And so in a few decades, Charlemagne's legacy of conquests and state building was lost, at least lost to his successors. Remained his symbolic, political, religious, cultural legacies that make him a towering figure in the history of the Middle Ages and Western Europe. This is what this chapel, that still stands 1200 years later in the city center of Aachen in Germany, still represents. We have reached the end of our story for tonight. You may now let go and fall asleep, or pick another story from my library. I'll be back soon with another one, and in the meantime, sleep well, sweet dreams, au revoir.